Welcome back to Alex's Adventures in English. This is part one of our Welcome back to Alex's Adventures in English. This is part one of our live pronunciation breakdown and shadowing session based on The Escaped Man by C.T. Platt, read by Luke Thompson himself. Just to be crystal clear, guys, this episode is not meant to replace Luke's original episode. In fact, it's here to complement it. In Luke's episode, he tells you who wrote the story and sets the scene. He reads the full thing in his signature style. He summarizes the story in plain English, and he breaks down some of the key vocabulary and tricky grammar points. But in this episode, we're going to zoom in on something Luke doesn't go into as deeply, and that's pronunciation. We'll take a short extract from the beginning of the story, the setting, and analyze it line by line to highlight the sounds, rhythm, stress, intonation, and connected speech of Southern Standard British English. So, this is part one, and in this part, we're going to go through the first 7 or 8 lines of the story, and in part two, we'll do the next 7 or 8 lines. So, what's the plan for this episode? So, this is what we'll do for each line. First, I'll play the line at 65% speed. That's 3/4 of the original pace. That'll give us more time to pick up the details. Then, in step number 2, we'll analyze the pronunciation and connected speech features. And this is number 2. In step number 3, guys, we'll focus on the... Just give me 1 second, guys. This is there's something strange here with the... Oh, okay. No, nothing, guys. Just let's keep focusing on what we'll do in this episode. In step number 3, as I said, I haven't said anything yet, sorry. In step number 3, you repeat the line with me, still at 65% speed, and after that, we'll shadow Luke together, and finally we'll try shadowing Luke at 75% speed. Why at 75 and why at 65? The thing is that we'll be training both our ears and mouths at a manageable speed first, then at nearly native speed. And the thing is that Luke reads the story too fast, and I don't want you to get frustrated. And apart from that, just so you know, this is very important, later on I'll be adding timestamps to this live stream so that you can navigate the episode as you prefer. Alright, let's dive in with line 1, okay? Okay, let me just delete all this. Okay, well, it's not actually functioning, which is perfect, isn't it? Okay, there we go. Perfect. Yes, absolutely perfect. Okay, let's begin with line 1. Let's listen to Luke Thompson, okay? So, all right.
Here we go. The Escaped Man by C.T. Platt.
Okay, just let me double check the speed. Yes, let me double check that. So we don't want it to be too fast. That's the thing with this, you know. Right, so yes, here we go. So just let me change that. Okay, now that's better.
The Escaped Man by C.T. Platt.
So it's The Escaped Man by C.T. Platt. Okay, it's The Escaped Man by C.T. Platt. Pay attention to the title. It's The Escaped Man. The Escaped Man, not The Escaped, but The Escaped Man, because as I mentioned to you before, the word the, this one is pronounced as the right before vowel sounds. So, such as escaped, E, as in escaped. Okay, so let me change that a bit. The title is The Escaped Man. Okay, that's enough. Here we pronounce it as this one as the, because this one is a vowel sound. So we say The Escaped Man. Okay. Let's now let's watch the clip.
The rain was falling heavily.
Okay. Let's break it down now. Okay, he says, the rain was falling heavily. First off, let's focus on the first word, the rain was falling heavily. So this is a schwa. Okay, because the next word begins with a consonant sound. The consonant sound r. So we say the rain was falling heavily. The rain was falling heavily. This is pronounced with a schwa too. Because this is the weak form of the verb to be in the simple pasts. This is in its strong form. We say was like this. But in this case, as this is not accented, the word is not accented here, we pronounce it with a schwa sound. And right after it, we don't pronounce it with this sound, but actually we say something like this, was falling, because the next sound is a f sound, and there's assimilation there. So as not to get into details, they get similar, okay? They're pronounced similar. So was falling heavily, okay? So the rain was falling heavily. The rain was falling heavily. What else can we mention about this line? This is the vowel sound in the first vowel sound in this word is the long O sound, which you'll find in British English. This is the O sound, which is symbolized like this. This is the O sound, was falling heavily. And something interesting to mention about this line is that the rhythm is the following. So it's the rain was falling heavily, like this, right? So rain would be here, and all the rests, the rain was falling heavily, and all the rests. Okay, so the rain was falling heavily. The rain was falling heavily. Why? This is what's called an event sentence. What's that? What's an event sentence? An event sentence refers to sentences that report events, that describe events in English. Okay? For other examples I can mention here are the train is arriving, or the train is coming, the taxi is waiting. Can you see that? So the rain was falling. The word that is the most important in this chunk, in this spoken language chunk, is the noun in the subject, in subject position. So in this case, that's rain. The rain was falling heavily. Okay, so I can give you other examples about this kind of sentences in English. Let me show that to you. Event sentences in English. So let me just show that to you. Just 1 second. Just a second.
The train is coming, and
Okay, I've got an example I've taken from Youglish. I'm not sure if you've heard of it. It's a source, it's a collection of videos taken from YouTube, and you can explore authentic language. So, this one. This is... Okay, let's play it and pay attention to it.
the train is coming, and I'm going to get to...
Okay, again.
The train is coming, and I'm...
The train is coming. The train is coming.
And also the way
Another example.
and also the way the rain is falling down.
The rain is falling down. Again, the subject, the rain, the noun in subject position is rain there, and in the previous sentence was train. And another example.
The clouds from which the rain is falling are neither an...
The clouds from which the rain is falling. The rain is falling. Right? So that's what we do with these. These are event sentences, and they usually follow this pattern. Okay? And what they have in common is that in each sentence, somebody is reporting an event, and the verb, the main verb in the sentence, is intransitive, which means that it doesn't have an object. You know, there's no direct object, as in sentences like the boy kicked the ball, where the ball is the direct object of the verb kicked. Okay, so in this case we've got the rain was falling heavily. Falling is an intransitive verb. It doesn't need a direct object. It doesn't have a direct object. It's an intransitive verb. And the same happens with the train. The train was coming. The train is coming. Coming is intransitive, right? Okay, let's move on. So that's the first line. Let's continue with no. Let's do the following, guys. Let's repeat after Luke Thompson. Okay, let's do that. And let me fix this because okay, that's better. That is better. Good. We listen to him, we watch the clip and repeat after Luke.
Platt. The rain was falling heavily.
The rain was falling heavily. Pay attention to how he lengthens the vowel sound in falling, falling. Actually, this is a long vowel, but it's quite noticeable. The rain was falling heavily. The rain was falling heavily. The rain was falling heavily. And now let's shadow him, but at 75% speed. Okay. Perfect.
The rain was falling heavily.
Okay, let's do it again. I was ready.
The rain,
The rain was falling
heavily.
heavily. All right. How did it go? Let me know in the comments, okay? All right, perfect. So, let's continue with the next line, guys, which is the following. Just let me change the speed now. Yeah.
It was like driving through a thick curtain.
Welcome back to Alex's Adventures in English. This is part 1 of our live pronunciation breakdown and shadowing session based on The Escaped Man by C.T. Platt, read by Luke Thompson himself. Just to be crystal clear, guys, this episode is not meant to replace Luke's original episode. In fact, it's here to complement it. In Luke's episode, he tells you who wrote the story and sets the scene. He reads the full thing in his signature style. He summarizes the story in plain English, and he breaks down some of the key vocabulary and tricky grammar points. But in this episode, we're going to zoom in on something Luke doesn't go into as deeply, and that's pronunciation. We'll take a short extract from the beginning of the story, the setting, and analyze it line by line to highlight the sounds, rhythm, stress, intonation, and connected speech of Southern Standard British English. So, this is part 1, and in this part, we're going to go through the first 7 or 8 lines of the story, and in part 2, we'll do the next 7 or 8 lines. So, what's the plan for this episode? So, this is what we'll do for each line. First, I'll play the line at 65% speed. That's 3/4 of the original pace. That'll give us more time to pick up the details. Then, in step number 2, we'll analyze the pronunciation and connected speech features. And this is number 2. In step number 3, guys, we'll focus on the... Just give me 1 second, guys. This is there's something strange here with the... Oh, okay. No, nothing, guys. Just let's keep focusing on what we'll do in this episode. In step number 3, as I said, I haven't said anything yet, sorry. In step number 3, you repeat the line with me, still at 65% speed, and after that, we'll shadow Luke together, and finally we'll try shadowing Luke at 75% speed. Why at 75 and why at 65? The thing is that we'll be training both our ears and mouths at a manageable speed first, then at nearly native speed. And the thing is that Luke reads the story too fast, and I don't want you to get frustrated. And apart from that, just so you know, this is very important. Later on, I'll be adding timestamps to this live stream so that you can navigate the episode as you prefer. Alright, let's dive in with line 1, okay? Okay, let me just delete all this. Okay, well, it's not actually functioning, which is perfect, isn't it? Okay, there we go. Perfect. Yes, absolutely perfect. Okay, let's begin with line 1. Let's listen to Luke Thompson, okay? So, all right.
Here we go. The Escaped Man by C.T. Platt.
Okay, just let me double check the speed. Yes, let me double check that. So we don't want it to be too fast. That's the thing with this, you know. Right, so yes, here we go. So just let me change that. Okay, now that's better.
The Escaped Man by C.T. Platt.
So it's The Escaped Man by C.T. Platt. Okay, it's The Escaped Man by C.T. Platt. Pay attention to the title. It's The Escaped Man. The Escaped Man, not The Escaped, but The Escaped Man, because as I mentioned to you before, the word the, this one is pronounced as the right before vowel sounds. So, such as escaped, E, as in escaped. Okay, so let me change that a bit. And the title is The Escaped Man. Okay, that's enough. Here we pronounce it as this one as the, because this one is a vowel sound. So we say The Escaped Man. Okay. Let's now listen to, let's watch the clip.
The rain was falling heavily.
Okay. Let's break it down now. Okay, he says, the rain was falling heavily. First off, let's focus on the first word, the rain was falling heavily. So this is a schwa. Okay, because the next word begins with a consonant sound. The consonant sound r. So we say the rain was falling heavily. The rain was falling heavily. This is pronounced with a schwa too. Because this is the weak form of the verb to be in the simple pasts. This is in its strong form. We say was like this. But in this case, as this is not accented, the word is not accented here, we pronounce it with a schwa sound. And right after it, we don't pronounce it with this sound, but actually we say something like this, was falling, because the next sound is a f sound, and there's assimilation there. So as not to get into details, they get similar, okay? They're pronounced similar. So was falling heavily, okay? So the rain was falling heavily. The rain was falling heavily. What else can we mention about this line? This is the vowel sound in the first vowel sound in this word is the long O sound, which you'll find in British English. This is the O sound, which is symbolized like this. This is the O sound, was falling heavily. And something interesting to mention about this line is that the rhythm is the following. Welcome back to Alex's Adventures in English. This is part 1 of our live pronunciation breakdown and shadowing session based on The Escaped Man by C.T. Platt, read by Luke Thompson himself. Just to be crystal clear, guys, this episode is not meant to replace Luke's original episode. In fact, it's here to complement it. In Luke's episode, he tells you who wrote the story and sets the scene. He reads the full thing in his signature style. He summarizes the story in plain English, and he breaks down some of the key vocabulary and tricky grammar points. But in this episode, we're going to zoom in on something Luke doesn't go into as deeply, and that's pronunciation. We'll take a short extract from the beginning of the story, the setting, and analyze it line by line. Welcome back to Alex's Adventures in English. This is part 1 of our live pronunciation breakdown and shadowing session based on The Escaped Man by C.T. Platt, read by Luke Thompson himself. Just to be crystal clear, guys, this episode is not meant to replace Luke's original episode. In fact, it's here to complement it. In Luke's episode, he tells you who wrote the story and sets the scene. He reads the full thing in his signature style. He summarizes the story in plain English, and he breaks down some of the key vocabulary and tricky grammar points. But in this episode, we're going to zoom in on something Luke doesn't go into as deeply, and that's pronunciation. We'll take a short extract from the beginning of the story, the setting, and analyze it line by line to highlight the sounds, rhythm, stress, intonation, and connected speech of Southern Standard British English. So, this is part 1, and in this part, we're going to go through the first 7 or 8 lines of the story, and in part 2, we'll do the next 7 or 8 lines. So, what's the plan for this episode? So this is what we'll do for each line. First, I'll play the line at 65% speed. That's 3/4 of the original pace. That'll give us more time to pick up the details. Then in step number 2, we'll analyze the pronunciation and connected speech features. And this is number 2. In step number 3, guys, we'll focus on the... Just give me 1 second, guys. This is there's something strange here with the Oh, okay. No. No, nothing, guys. Just let's keep focusing on what we'll do in this episode. In step number 3, as I said, I haven't said anything yet, sorry. In step number 3, you repeat the line with me, still at 65% speed, and after that, we'll shadow Luke together, and finally we'll try shadowing Luke at 75% speed. While why at 75 and why at 65? The thing is that we'll be training both our ears and mouths at a manageable speed first, then at nearly native speed. And the thing is that Luke reads the story too fast, and I don't want you to get frustrated. And apart from that, just so you know, this is very important. Later on, I'll be adding timestamps to this live stream so that you can navigate the episode as you prefer. Alright, let's dive in with line 1, okay? Okay, let me just delete all this. Okay, well, it's not actually functioning, which is perfect, isn't it? Okay, there we go. Perfect. Yes, absolutely perfect. Okay, let's begin with line 1. Let's listen to Luke Thompson, okay? So, all right.
Here we go. The Escaped Man by C.T. Platt.
Okay, just let me double check the speed. Yes, let me double check that. So we don't want it to be too fast. That's the thing with this, you know. Right, so yes, here we go. So just let me change that. Okay, now that's better.
The Escaped Man by C.T. Platt.
So it's The Escaped Man by C.T. Platt. Okay, it's The Escaped Man by C.T. Platt. Pay attention to the title. It's The Escaped Man. The Escaped Man, not The Escaped, but The Escaped Man, because as I mentioned to you before, the word the, this one is pronounced as the right before vowel sounds. So, such as escaped, E, as in escaped. Okay, so let me change that a bit. The title is The Escaped Man. Okay, that's enough. Here we pronounce it as this one as the, because this one is a vowel sound. So we say the escaped man. Okay. Let's now let's watch the clip.
The rain was falling heavily.
Okay. Let's break it down now. Okay, he says, the rain was falling heavily. First off, let's focus on the first word, the rain was falling heavily. So this is a schwa. Okay, because the next word begins with a consonant sound. The consonant sound r. So we say the rain was falling heavily. The rain was falling heavily. This is pronounced with a schwa too. Because this is the weak form of the verb to be in the simple pasts. This is in its strong form. We say was like this. But in this case, as this is not accented, the word is not accented here, we pronounce it with a schwa sound. And right after it, we don't pronounce it with this sound, but actually we say something like this, was falling, because the next sound is a f sound, and there's assimilation there. So as not to get into details, they get similar, okay? They're pronounced similar. So was falling heavily, okay? So the rain was falling heavily. The rain was falling heavily. What else can we mention about this line? This is the vowel sound in the first vowel sound in this word is the long O sound, which you'll find in British English. This is the O sound, which is symbolized like this. This is the O sound, was falling heavily. And something interesting to mention about this line is that the rhythm is the following. So it's the rain was falling heavily. Like this. Right? So rain would be here. And all the rests, the rain was falling heavily, and all the rests. Okay, so the rain was falling heavily. The rain was falling heavily. Why? This is what's called an event sentence. What's that? What's an event sentence? An event sentence refers to sentences that report events, that describe events in English. Okay? For other examples I can mention here are the train is arriving, or the train is coming, the taxi is waiting. Can you see that? So the rain was falling. The word that is the most important in this chunk, in this spoken language chunk, is the noun in the subject, in subject position. So in this case, that's rain. The rain was falling heavily. Okay, so I can give you other examples about this kind of sentences in English. For the let me show that to you. event sentences in English. So let me just show that to you. Just 1 second. Just a second.
The train is coming, and
Okay, I've got an example I've taken from Youglish. I'm not sure if you've heard of it. It's a source, it's a collection of videos taken from YouTube, and you can explore authentic language. So, this one. This is... Okay, let's play it and pay attention to it.
the train is coming, and I'm going to get to.
Okay, again.
The train is coming, and I'm.
The train is coming. The train is coming.
And also the way
Another example.
and also the way the rain is falling down.
The rain is falling down. Again, the subject, the rain, the noun in subject position is rain there, and in the previous sentence was train. And another example.
The clouds from which the rain is falling are neither an.
The clouds from which the rain is falling. The rain is falling, right? So that's what we do with these. These are event sentences, and they usually follow this pattern. Okay? And what they have in common is that in each sentence, somebody is reporting an event, and the verb, the main verb in the sentence, is intransitive, which means that it doesn't have an object. You know, there's no direct object, as in sentences like the boy kicked the ball, where the ball is the direct object of the verb kicked. Okay? So in this case, we've got the rain was falling heavily. Falling is an intransitive verb. It doesn't need a direct object. It doesn't have a direct object. It's an intransitive verb. And the same happens with the train. The train was coming. The train is coming. Coming is intransitive, right? Okay, let's move on. So that's the first line. Let's continue with no. Let's do the following, guys. Let's repeat after Luke Thompson. Okay, let's do that. And let me fix this because okay, that's better. That is better. Good. We listen to him, we watch the clip and repeat after Luke.
Platt. The rain was falling heavily.
The rain was falling heavily. Pay attention to how he lengthens the vowel sound in falling, falling. Actually, this is a long vowel, but it's quite noticeable. The rain was falling heavily. The rain was falling heavily. The rain was falling heavily. And now let's shadow him, but at 75% speed. Okay. Perfect.
The rain was falling heavily.
Okay, let's do it again. I was ready.
The
The
rain
rain was falling
heavily.
heavily. All right. How did it go? Let me know in the comments, okay? All right, perfect. So, let's continue with the next line, guys, which is the following. Just let me change the speed now. Yeah.
It was like driving through a thick curtain of water.
All right. It was like driving through a thick curtain of water. Let's break it down. Let's focus on how he actually pronounces it. Okay, so let's begin. So this is connected speech, right? In connected speech, words are not pronounced in the same way as in isolation, or for example in dictionaries. So you don't say it was, but it was, it was, it was. So here we've got this one. We say it was, it was, it was, it was. This, the T, the T sound at the end of it gets assimilated to the following sound and we get P, but we don't release the air there. We just say it, it, it was, it was, it was, it was like driving through then in through, this is with a long oo sound. This is usually a diphthongal sound because you usually get ooh, ooh, through, right? So this is, and at the end of it, we hear a wa pronounced usually, and this wa, this sound in this text, look, makes it connect to the next sound, which is a schwa in a. So we do this. Through a. It was like, yes, let's do that. Okay. It was like driving through a through a through a through a thick curtain of water. Right? These two words are pronounced with the same sound, th, th, which in English is represented by this sound. Right? Th, th. This is the typical sound for the TH in English, but in this one, there's no vibration in the vocal folds, so we call it voiceless, a voiceless consonant. Yeah, this is a voiceless consonant. There's no vibration in the vocal folds, so if you put your fingers here, you won't feel vibration when you say th, through a thick, okay? All right, let's move on. Curtain. this long sound, curtain, curtain, curtain of water, curtain of water. Again, a schwa in this unaccented syllable of curtain of water, curtain of water. Here we've got catenation, which is something I mentioned in previous live streams, which is the linking of a final consonant with the next vowel sound. So we say curtain of water, water. This is this word in British English is pronounced in Luke's accent, Southern Standard British English, water, water, with his long O sound and a schwa at the end. Okay. I don't want to get into this detail right now, but we use just one dot to indicate the length of the O sound here. All right, so water, water, water. Again, it was like driving through a thick curtain of water. And here, Luke does release the air at the end of thick, which is not very common, commonly found in connected speech, because usually the native speakers would link a final k with an initial k, doing this thick curtain, as in, for example, let me give you a specific example. Let me give you a specific example. Yeah. Just let me show you the... Okay, there we go. Just give me one sec.
To the barricade, and they tried to tempt us with things like cornflakes and...
Okay, I hope you were able to listen to that. These guys said like cornflakes, things like cornflakes. So he pronounces two k sounds, but the first one is unreleased. He doesn't release the air at the end of it. He doesn't say like cornflakes, but like cornflakes. He releases the air at the end of the second k sound. Okay, so, but Luke, it's not that it's wrong what Luke did here. Actually, this is very common. The thing is that he reads the story more, well, with more care, being a bit more careful in reading it. So he says, thick curtain of water. All right, let's repeat, and after that, let's shadow. Okay, are you ready to repeat?
Falling heavily. It was like driving through a thick curtain of water.
Okay. It was like driving through a thick curtain of water. And now, let me tweak the settings a bit so that we can shadow Luke at 75% speed. Okay, Are you ready to shadow Luke?
Through a thick curtain of water. It was like driving through.
Again.
The rain was falling heavily. It was like driving through a thick curtain of water. He eased off the.
Okay. How was it? You can come back to this bit and practice on your own. Okay? You can all do that, guys. Let's continue with the next sentence. And this is line 3.
He eased off the accelerator a little.
All right. He eased off the accelerator a little. Let's break it down. Let me just clean the board a bit. And, all right, this is, he eased off the accelerator a little. There is a pause here. He says, he eased off the accelerator a little. Catenation here. Eased off, eased off, eased off. This is not pronounced as s, but z. Eased off with a long E. He eased off the accelerator of the accelerator. This is pronounced with an E sound because the next word begins with a vowel sound. The accelerator. The accelerator. He eased off the accelerator. The accelerator. And as I mentioned before in my on my channel in previous live streams, in this accent, you don't pronounce the letter R right before consonant sounds or a pause. Okay, for example, if I said, if you go to a dictionary, you'll find that the word here is accelerator. Accelerator. The last sound, the last letter is not pronounced. But in this case, it's immediately followed by a vowel sound, a schwa. So we get accelerator, accelerator, and we call this pronounced r sound, in this case, a linking r. So this links the two words. Okay, accelerator a little, accelerator a little. Let's listen to that, guys.
Had to be curtain of water. He eased off the accelerator a little.
Accelerator a little, accelerator a little. Okay, so he eased off the accelerator a little, a little. You ready to repeat after Luke? Let's do it. Just first, I'm gonna check out the live stream on YouTube. Okay. So let's pay attention to how Luke says this line. And let's repeat after him.
He eased off the accelerator a little.
He eased off the accelerator a little. He eased off the accelerator a little. He eased off the accelerator a little. Let's shadow look now. Let me change the speed. Okay, are you ready to shadow look? Okay, let's give it a go.
It was like driving through a thick curtain of water. He eased off the accelerator a little. Had to be careful.
Okay, let's do it again.
He eased off the accelerator a little. Had to be careful.
Little. At the end, little. All right, let's move on to the next line, which is this one. Let me change the speed once again.
He eased off the accelerator a little. Had to be careful driving on wild nights like these.
Okay, so that's had to be careful driving on wild nights like these. Had is pronounced with in its strong form, so we say had to be, not had with a schwa. Had to be this one with a schwa. Had to be careful. This one, careful. The first part in careful, the first syllable, rhymes with pair. For example, words like pair, or even, of course, care, and other words like fair. Nowadays in Southern Standard British English, not in RP. In RP, it used to be pronounced as care, air, with a diphthong air, careful. But you'll notice that Luke and other speakers of Southern Standard British English say careful. Like, for example, Hermione or Emma Watson in Harry Potter. She says at one point, I don't remember exactly when, but I think that at the end of the first film, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, she says, got to be careful, or something like that. I can't remember right now, but she does say a word with this sound, careful, something like that. Okay, so had to be careful, driving on wild nights like these. Yeah, so driving on, catenation there, connecting the final consonant in driving with the initial vowel sound in on, driving on wild nights like these. And you notice that the same diphthong appears in wild nights like and like. Wild nights like. So this one, I wild nights like these, and this is pronounced with a long E sound and ends in a Z sound, but like these. This is a demonstrative pronoun in English indicating proximity, right? So like these, on wild nights like these. And you notice that this, in terms of intonation, he says, had to be careful driving on wild nights like these. This is what's usually called as a full rise intonation, a full rise tone, because the voice goes like this, like these. It goes up first, then it goes down, and at the end it goes up again, like these. Right? Okay, let's watch Luke saying this, and let's repeat after him.
Had to be careful. Had to be careful driving on wild nights like these.
Okay. Had to be careful driving on wild nights like these. Like these. Now let's change the speed. And let's shadow Luke saying this.
The last thing you'd want, like these, I'll a little. Eased off the accelerator a little. Had to be careful driving on wild nights like these.
Okay, had to be careful driving on wild nights like these. Let's continue. All right, next line. Okay, so the next line is, let me tweak the speed a bit. Let me slow it down a bit at 65%, and let's continue listening to the following line.
The last thing you'd want is to have an accident or breakdown.
Okay, so that's the last thing you'd want. The last thing you'd want, let's break it down. So, the last thing you'd want in last, this is pronounced with a schwa, last, a long R sound, as in car. A symbol for that is this one, even though I drew it terribly bad. This is like that. The last, however, you will usually use one dot there because it's not that long, because right after it comes a voiceless consonant, and that's something that happens with vowel sounds in English. Long sounds right before voiceless consonants get shortened, get clipped, and we call this pre-40s clipping, which I'm going to explain in another episode, okay? But this is, for now, you need to know that the R here is not as long as when it's followed by a voiced sound, such as such as, for example, b. So, okay. So this is the last thing you'd want. Okay, let's move on. The last thing you'd want, and when as you've got here 3 consonants, you've got 1, 2, and 3, s, t, and th. S, t, and th. You've got those 3 consonants there. We call this a consonant cluster. That is to say, 3 adjacent consonants. So 3 consonants right after one another. And in this case, what we do is to drop the one in the middle, especially if it's a t sound. So we get last thing, last thing. The last thing you'd want, this is the contraction for you would. The verb would, in which you don't pronounce the la consonant, you say would. The last thing you'd, with the long oo vowel sound, you'd want, the last thing you'd want is to have an accident, have a, you don't pronounce the E at the end, have a, with a schwa, is to have an accident, catenation there, have an accident, have an accident, he does pronounce this one, accident, or breakdown. Okay, let's repeat after Luke. Just let me check the speed. Okay, that's perfect.
Is to have an accident or breakdown. The last thing you'd want is to have an accident or breakdown.
The last thing you'd want is to have an accident or breakdown. Now let's shadow after him. Okay?
The last thing you'd want is to have an accident or breakdown.
Let's do it again.
The last thing you'd want is to have an accident or breakdown. You just want...
Okay, let me change the speed a bit. I'm gonna increase it a bit to 75%. And let's give it another try. Okay. Are you ready?
The last thing you'd want is to have an accident or breakdown. You just want to be at home.
Okay, perfect. Just, all right. So, perfect, guys. All right, nearly 48 minutes. We've been here 48 minutes. That's a long time. Okay, guys. So, let's do the following. Let's continue with one more sentence and we'll call it a day. Okay, which means that we'll stop here and we'll continue in the next, in part number 2, Okay, so let's give the next sentence a go. Let's break it down and we'll continue later on.
The last thing you'd want is to have an accident or breakdown.
Let me tweak the speed a bit. Tweak means to modify, okay? So
you'd want is to have an accident or breakdown. You just want to be at home on these stormy nights.
All right. You just want to be at home on these stormy nights. All right, let's break it down. Let's focus on the... let me change something here. I'm not loving actually. All right. Okay, that looks much better. Yeah. Okay, let's give it a go. All right. So you just want to be at home on these stormy nights. So you just want to be here again. This is called simplification. We drop the consonant in a consonant cluster of 3 consonants, like this one. This is we've got s, t, and w, or s, t, and w. We can say also. We drop the one in the middle, the t or the t sound. So we say just one. You just want to be with a schwa. Want to be at home. Here, he produces a glottal stop. We use this symbol, which is similar to an interrogation mark, to indicate that there's a glottal stop there. You just want to be at home, and pay attention to that diphthong, home, and how he pronounces the h sound at the beginning. This is a fricative consonant. We'll deal with that later on in later episodes, but for now you need to know that this there's some kinds of gap created in the mouth and the air escapes through it. So, and you've got ha, 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 and ha, the ha in English is very similar to the s or the th, right? These are all fricative sounds. So, at home. You just want to be at home. You just want to be at home. This diphthong home on these stormy nights. And remember that I told you that these is pronounced with a final z, right? But in this case, as it's immediately followed by a voiceless consonant, which is this one, the s consonant, this one gets devoiced, we call it, which means that it becomes similar to the s sound. This one is voiceless, doesn't have vibration in the vocal folds, but the previous one, z, is produced with vibration in the vocal folds. So, to put it in simpler terms, you end up pronouncing one long s sound, one long s sound. You say, on these stormy nights, on these stormy nights, and this one with a long o sound, stormy, stormy nights, stormy nights. Okay, so you say, you just want to be at home on these stormy nights, and in terms of rhythm, the voice goes up here on home, and it goes down all the way until the end. You just want to be at home on these stormy nights, and on nights it goes up again. That's a small detail. Which means that this is a full rising tone. Okay, there's a full rise on home, on the most important word in this spoken language chunk. In this chunk. So you just want to be at home on these stormy nights. You just want to be at home on these stormy nights. Shall we listen to that and repeat it? And repeat right after look. Let me check the speed. Perfect. Okay, so this is the last sentence in part 1.
The thwack or break to have an thing you'd want or breakdown. You just want to be at home on these stormy nights.
Okay, let's repeat after look. You just want to be at home on these stormy nights. You just want to be at home on these stormy nights. Now let's shadow him at this speed.
Down. You just want to be at home on these stormy nights. The thwack.
And now let's shadow him at 75% speed. Let me change that. Okay, are you ready?
The windscreen wipers. Me night home on. You just to have an accident or breakdown. You just want to be at home on breakdown, accident or breakdown. You just want to be at home on these stormy nights. The
okay, that's it. Very good, guys. Well done. How did you find it? How did you find this session? I hope you enjoyed it. Yeah, so well done for now. That's those were the first lines of the escaped man, analysed, repeated and shadowed, both slowly and at near native speed. Okay, you've trained your ear, you've trained your speech muscles, you've started building confidence performing natural British intonation, natural British pronunciation. And if you're enjoying this, give it a like and get ready for part 2, where we'll explore the rest of the extracts. More glottal stops, voicing assimilation, stress, accents and storytelling vibes coming your way. Remember, this episode is here to help you master British pronunciation, specifically Southern Standard British pronunciation. But if you haven't already listened to Luke's original episode, or watch it, episode 739 of Luke's English podcasts, definitely go check it out. He reads the full story, summarizes it, and gives you loads of helpful grammar and vocabulary. Yeah, and vocabulary explanations, okay? That's it for today. Keep shadowing, keep smiling, and keep speaking English like a Brit. See you next time on Alex's Adventures in English. Cheers. Bye-bye. 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 All right, let's begin. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Alex's Adventures in English. This is part 2 of our special episode on British pronunciation, based on the dramatic short story The Escaped Man by C.T. Platt, read by the legendary Luke Thompson on episode 739 of Luke's English podcasts. If you haven't seen part 1 yet, go check it out. It's on YouTube, on my YouTube, Alex's Adventures in English. And yes, don't miss that one out. That's part 1 of this episode. As a quick reminder, in Luke's original episode, he reads the story, then breaks it down for vocabulary and grammar, and finally explores comprehension questions and narrative tenses. So in this episode, in my episode, and this part 2 of this episode, I'm complementing that fantastic work by analysing Luke's pronunciation line by line to help you sound more natural when speaking British English. And just so you know, in case you didn't know, Luke Thompson is an English teacher, and he holds a podcast called Luke's English Podcasts. It's very famous and worldwide, and you should check it out. I think he's got around 1.5 million, 1.5 million subscribers on YouTube. Okay, let's focus now on part 1, this episode. Actually, this is part 2, but just so you know, in part 1 of this episode, we analysed the first 5 lines of the story. The story is called The Escaped Man, right? As I said before. So, in these parts, we'll continue from line 6. But first, we're going to watch Luke read the first 5 lines. And I'm going to remind you a bit about the pronunciation of how to pronounce, how to read these lines. So let's do that.
Here we go. The Escaped Man by C.T. Platt.
Just let me tweak the settings. There we go.
It was like driving through a thick curtain of water. He eased off the accelerator a little. Had to be careful driving on wild nights like these. The last thing you'd want is to have an accident or breakdown. You just want to be at home on these stormy nights.
All right. So those are the first 5 lines in the story. And now what we are going to do in this episode, as we did in the previous one, is to do the following. So play the clip, play this video not at full speed, but at 65% speed to catch every nuance. Then I'm going to analyze each line for vowel and consonant sounds, connected speech, stress and intonation. Then we're going to repeat after Luke all together. I'm going to repeat after him, and you're going to do that too. Then we're going to shadow. We're going to shadow Luke at this slow speed. Shadow means to say something at the same time as another speaker. So in this case, we have to, if he says a line, we try and say it at the same time, simultaneously. Okay. And finally, we're gonna try and shadow Luke at 75% speed, not at full speed, because he reads this story too fast, and that's an advanced level, to achieve in reading. So let's crack on with this episode, with part 2, and let's continue from line 6. Okay. So
the last thing you'd want is to have an accident or breakdown. You just want to be at home on these stormy nights.
Okay. Now let me slow down the speed a bit. Perfect. Great. Okay, let's continue from there. Okay. Perfect. And just so you know, I'm live on YouTube too. Not only on TikTok, but on YouTube. So I'm going to speak to both audiences. Okay? All right, perfect. Let's focus now on the story, line 6.
The last thing you'd want is to have an accident or breakdown. You just want to be at home on these stormy nights.
All right, that's line 5. Now let's continue with line 6.
The thwack, thwack of the windscreen wipers.
Okay, the thwack, 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 thwack. The thwack, thwack of the windscreen wipers. The thwack, thwack of the windscreen wipers. Repeat after me. Can you do that? The thwack, thwack of the windscreen wipers. Yes, so great. Sorry, I was just checking out a message I got from TikTok. Okay, so sorry, I got distracted. The thwack, thwack of the windscreen wipers. Thwack, thwack. This word. This is thwack begins with the same sound as the word think. Thwack, thwack. You've got to stick your tongue in between your teeth, you know, like this. Thwack, thwack. Then you pronounce the what sound. You say thwack, 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 and it kind of rhymes with pack, thwack. The thwack, thwack is an onomatopoeic word, which means that it represents the sound it refers to. This is this sound that the windscreen wipers, a car's windscreen wipers makes. So this is with a schwa. Okay, we say the thwack, the thwack, the thwack, the thwack. The thwack, the thwack, thwack of the windscreen wipers. These are all pronounced with the schwa sound. Do you know that sound in English? It's the most common, and you pronounce it like this: the thwack, thwack of the windscreen wipers. And in the word windscreen, you don't pronounce the D. That's a silent letter, I meant to say. So this is a silent letter. Okay, you don't pronounce it. You say windscreen, windscreen wipers, windscreen wipers. Windscreen wipers. Let's continue with this line.
Was hypnotic.
Was hypnotic. Was hypnotic. Was hypnotic. So here we've got to be careful with the first sound in hypnotic. Hypnotic. Was hypnotic. The stressed syllable in the word hypnotic is the second syllable. This one, not. Hypnotic. Hypnotic. And be careful not to produce, be careful when you produce the h sound in hypnotic. There shouldn't be any friction, in your mouth, in your throat. You shouldn't say hypnotic, but hypnotic, hypnotic. Perfect. Okay, let's move on. If you've got any questions, be my guest and drop them in the chat, either in both. You can do that on TikTok and on YouTube, of course. Perfect. Excellent. Let's continue with great. Let's continue with the next line.
He stared out into the glow of the headlights.
He stared out into the glow of the headlights. He stared again. He stared, stared. He stared, stared out, stared out. Here we've got a phenomenon very commonly found in connected speech in English, which is catenation. We connect, which means that we connect the last consonant sound in one word to the initial vowel sound in the next word. So we say stared out, stared out. He stared out into the glow, into the glow, into the glow. This one is pronounced with a schwa. That is a symbol that represents that sound. And we say, he stared out into the glow, the glow. That is also pronounced with a schwa. That's for you to know. He stared out into the glow, glow. Let's watch that again, that part again.
He stared out into the glow of the
glow. Did you notice that? His mouth. If you didn't, let me help you.
Old nights like these.
Listen up.
Is to have an accident. You just want me to ignore.
There we go.
He stared out into the glow of
glow. Did you notice his mouth now? He does this. Glow. Glow. That's the shape he creates with his mouth. Glow. So that's what we've got to do here. This is a diphthong. The one in glow is an O diphthong. That is to say, a sound, a vowel sound made up of two vowel sounds, of two. Yeah. So, and there's a glide in between them, you know, because you go from the O to the U. Glow, glow. He stared out into the glow of the headlights, of the usually in English, these words like of the and not accented. That is to say, they don't carry the main stress. They're not pronounced very strongly in a sentence. It's like you don't focus on them. You focus on other words, such as verbs, for example, stared out into the glow, a noun, into the glow of the headlights, Headlights is another noun. Perfect. Let's continue. If you've got any doubts, please don't hesitate to drop your comments below. Perfect. So, we've got the... Let's continue. Just let me tweak the speed. Remember that we're trying to listen to Luke at 65% of speed. Yeah. Perfect.
Of the rain, he pulled his hood back and
Sorry.
walk the car. Glow of the headlights.
Glow of the headlights. Headlights. In the word headlights, we accent the first syllable, head. The headlights. The headlights. And this is because this word is actually a compound noun. It's made up out of two nouns, head and lights. And in compound nouns, in English, we stress the first item in the the first word in the item. That's what I meant to say. In this case, headlights. And to give you another example, credit card, debit card. These are all compound nouns.
The rain sounded like white noise interference.
The rain sounded. So in this case, we've got the rain sounded. The rain sounded. The rain. We pronounce this word with a schwa sound. So we say the rain. And we begin the word rain with rounded lips. Rain. And it's a diphthong. A. Rain. The rain sounded. The ed ending in the word sounded is pronounced as ed. Because the word sound ends with a d sound, with a d consonant. This one. And that's the rule for simple past verbs, or verbs in the simple past, regular verbs in the simple pasts. If the infinitive verb, the verb, without to, or without, not being conjugated, ends in z, like for example, I can't think of any example right now, But, well, this is a good example, actually. You say sound as a verb. Here, the ed is pronounced as like this. Pronounced like this. Sorry. And maybe I could give you a good example of other verbs. Verbs ending in the. Yeah, so regular verbs ending in the. Okay, remind. There's a word right there in the story, actually. Remind. Remind. I mean, when you go to the dictionary, you'll find it like this. Remind. Remind. It ends in this sound, the d consonant. So when you conjugate the verb in the simple pasts, you pronounced the ed ending as ed. Reminded. Reminded. Okay, reminded. Perfect. Let's move on. Other examples are, for example, need. Before moving on, need, we say needed. Let me give you another example. End. End. Ended. Decide. Decided. So, if you've got any questions about this topic, please drop your comments below. Or it could be in the episode's comment section later on if you want to. That's up to you. Perfect. So, let's continue. So, the rain sounded like white noise interference. White noise interference. Interference. We can listen to that one more time, of course. Or once again.
The rain sounded like white noise interference.
White noise interference. 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 Can you repeat after me? Interference. Interference. It's not interference, but interference. Interference. We accent the. Let me share with you the pronunciation, the dictionary pronunciation.
Interference.
Interference. Interference. So, this is an interesting word because it's double stressed, which means there are two stresses or accents in the word. And they are in, which can be indicated like this. In and fear, fear, fear. In and fear. Interference, interference. So, the main stress goes on fear, the syllable fear. And the secondary stress goes on the syllable in, interference, interference. Can you repeat after me? Interference, interference. Well done, very good. Let's listen to that. Let's watch that one more time.
He stared out into the glow of the headlights. The rain sounded like white noise interference.
You will notice that nowadays we can even do this, guys. We can slow it down even more so that we can, notice more details, more nuances in Luke's speech. Let me give that a go.
The glow of the like white noise interference.
Interference. This is just so you know, in a more traditional British English version called RP, received pronunciation, usually here you'll hear interfere, ear with the diphthong, ear. But Luke speaks with a Southern Standard British English, a modern version of that accent, of received pronunciation. So, in this accent, this ear diphthong is usually replaced by an E sound. So he says interference. And there are many other examples that right now don't come to mind, but later on I will mention them to you. Interference. Interference. Very good. Let me change the speed. 65% again. Good. Let's continue.
As it battered the car.
As it battered the car. As it. In that case, we've got to be careful with the pronunciation of as it. We've got to connect. The what we do here is to connect the last consonant sound in the word as with the initial vowel sound in the next word. So we get, not with that color, let me change it. As it. So once again, this is called catenation, which refers to the linking of a final consonant sound in one word to the initial vowel sound in the next word. So what Luke does is to say as it battered the car. Shall we listen? Shall we watch that again? Let's.
As it battered the car. Interference as it battered the car. Noise interference as it.
Look at that. Let me do something with the speed so that you can notice something. which is quite interesting. Just give me 1 sec. There we go. I'm gonna slow down the reproduction, and this is the speed. That's what I meant to say. I'm gonna slow it down, so that you can notice what I've noticed.
Was hypnotic. He stared out into the last thing you'd want an actor. The back of the was.
Sorry, guys. I need to find the line.
Out into the glow of the headline. The rain whitens car.
There we go.
Battered the car as it battered
Again.
the car as it.
A.
Yeah, there we go. So he doesn't say as it battered, because as you can see, the word that comes right after as ends with a t, it has a t in it, doesn't it? So this one. The T there, but Luke doesn't actually say as it. He goes straight to saying as it. So in other words, the T or the T sound becomes a P sound. And this is called assimilation, and which is a very commonly found phenomenon in connected speech in English. It happens all the time, actually. So this is as if. But of course, he doesn't release the air at the end of the p sound. He doesn't say as if battered. But actually, well, he doesn't release it. He goes straight to the b or the b in the next word. As it battered. Why do native speakers do this? Well, it's easier to pronounce words together in this way. Any questions, guys? If you've got any questions, do let me know. As it battered the car. Battered. The first syllable, the vowel sound in the first syllable, is the same as in cats. Battered. And the ending here is a schwa. That is to say, we say battered. We don't say battered, but battered. Very good. Have you got any questions so far? Next come the words the car, as it battered the car, as it battered the car. The, again, with a schwa sound, and this the consonant at the beginning. The, battered the car. He doesn't pronounce the letter or the sound r at the end, does he? Because in his accent, in Southern Standard British English, we don't pronounce the letter r or the sound r when right before silence. You know, if there's silence right after it, we don't pronounce it. We don't pronounce the r sound or the letter r. So the car. We only pronounce the r sound in this accent when right after it comes a vowel sound. For example, the car is in the car park. The car is in the car park, for example. But this is not the case. We say the car with this long r sound found in this accent, and in other words such as garden or far. All right, let's continue. And don't forget, guys, if you're enjoying this and if you want more content like this, please, if you haven't done it so, subscribe to my channel on YouTube and TikTok. To my channels, actually, both channels, one on YouTube and another on TikTok, and give me a thumbs up, give me a like and subscribe. That's what I meant to say. Yeah, because in that way you're supporting the channel. Perfect. So now we've got to rewind a bit, I think. Yes, we do have to. Let's continue.
Sounded like white noise interference as it battered the car. He was reminded opening scenes of a Hitchcock film.
He was reminded of the opening scenes. As I said before, this is reminded of the opening scenes of the. Again, this is pronounced with a schwa of, but the next word, this one, what sound did you hear there? Shall we give it another go? Shall we watch it again?
Reminded of the opening scene.
Does Luke say of the opening or of the opening? He actually says of the opening, the opening. Why? Because right after it comes a word beginning with a vowel sound. Specifically, the sound is o, a diphthong. He was reminded of the o, and this is what happens with the pronunciation of the word the, or the in English. When right after it comes a vowel sound, right, and we connect both words, you will pronounce this word like this. I'm gonna draw the symbol for this consonant sound. This refers to the sound in consonant in English, and I was going to focus on the vowel sound only. So in this case, we say the opening, when right after it comes a vowel sound, right? But let's suppose that right after it, let's focus on this one, on the wash, the wash. The wash. There, in the wash, we say, I think we should watch the clip to see what he says before I say it. Okay? I prefer doing that. I prefer to do that, actually.
Of a Hitchcock film. Through the wash.
Through the wash. Through the wash. The wash. So in this case, he says the. Why? Because right after it comes a consonant sound. The C stands for consonant here. The W sound. We've got a W sound there. So the wash, the wash, the wash. So these are two ways of pronouncing the word. The definite article, that's the name, the grammatical name for the word the in English, or the. All right, let's go on. Let's move on. The opening scenes. Scenes. That's the way you pronounce it. And the way he pronounces it. Scenes. Let's watch that once again.
Reminded of the opening scenes.
Scenes.
Hitchcock.
Scenes. So in a way, it's like you've got only one. You will pronounce only that one, right? Scenes. Scenes with a long E sound. Scenes. That's a long E sound, and the two dots indicate that it's a long sound. Scenes, scenes, scenes of a Hitchcock film, of a Hitchcock, of a. Why is it important to focus on these words, on how these words are pronounced in these extracts? Well, this is what makes English sound like this, as it sounds, right? Like it seems that you will notice that Luke only focuses on some words, not on every single word, and that's what makes English sound with this rhythm. You know, he was reminded of the opening scenes of a Hitchcock film, of a Hitchcock film. It's not of a Hitchcock film. It's of a Hitchcock film. So of a Hitchcock film. Hitchcock. You stress Hitchcock film. Perfect. Any doubts, guys? Don't forget to drop your comments below. You can do that on YouTube and TikTok. And let me just remind you that I'm live on both platforms at the moment. Yeah, and don't forget to like, guys, and subscribe on both channels, both platforms. You help me a lot if you do that. Let's move on. And on TikTok, by the way, there's a live goal. A red rose, I think I see. Right, so if you're enjoying this, you can send me your gifts. Okay, let's continue.
Film. Through the wash of the rain.
So this word begins like this: through the wash, through the wash. One of the keys to be able to pronounce the first word is to do this with your lips. Ooh, ooh. Push them forwards. You say through. Don't forget about sticking your tongue in between your teeth. Through the wash, the wash of the rain.
Through the wash of the rain, he spotted a figure at the side of the road.
He spotted a figure. Notice the pause he makes. He spotted a figure. He spotted a figure. This is another word. The verb spots ends with a T consonant. This is, there we go. Spots. And when talking about regular verbs in the simple past, the same rule applies here as when a verb ends in a D consonant or a D sound. So we double the T and we say spotted. The final pronunciation, of the ending, the ed ending is ed. Spotted. Previously, we said that if a verb in the infinitive, that is to say, as you find it in a dictionary, ends in a d consonant, like for example, we mentioned sound. In the simple past is like this. So we pronounce this as sounded. So these are two rules for regular verbs in the simple past in English. If they end, we can subsume the rule into one idea. If a verb ends in t or d, if a regular verb ends in t or the in the infinitive form, that is to say, as you find the verb in a dictionary, when you add the ed ending, you pronounce that ed as id. Sounded, spotted. Perfect. I hope that's clear. That's clear for you, guys. Do let me know in the comments if it isn't. Perfect. Let me check the comments just in case you've dropped one. Let me say hi on YouTube. Guys, welcome. You can introduce yourselves, guys, either on both platforms, in both chats. You can introduce yourselves and let me know where you're from, where you're watching me from. Where are you watching me from? Oh, thank you very much for that like on YouTube. I really appreciate it. And for the 3 hearts on TikTok. Thank you very much, guys. Great. Perfect. And let me send you a message on TikTok. Where are you from? Where are you watching me from? Perfect. Let's continue. So, through the wash of the rain.
The person through the wash of the rain, he spotted a figure at the side of the road. The rain, he spotted a figure at the side of the road.
He spotted a figure. A figure. So this is a figure. 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 You don't say figure. A figure. But a figure. Figure. You don't pronounce that R sound or that R letter. Perfect. So this is... He spotted a figure at the side of the road. At the side of the road. Can you repeat after me? At the side of the road. At the side of the road. Anyway, when we finish reading, we're gonna go through each line once again, and you'll be given the chance to repeat after me and to shadow each line with me. Perfect. So, he spotted a figure at the side of the road. At the side of the road. The, again, at the side of the road, of the road, of the... All these are pronounced with schwas. That is to say, with this very small sound in English, which is very frequent. It's the most frequent sound in English. So we need to master it, of course. Perfect. And road, road. This is pronounced just like glow. Glow, a word that appears in the story before this line. Glow, that diphthong. Oh, oh.
He spotted a figure at the side of the road. The person wore a green parka.
The person wore a green parka. The person wore a green parka. The person. Again, this is the, because right after it comes what kind of sound, guys? Do you remember what I said before? So if the word the, the, is immediately followed by a consonant sound, like p in this case, we say the person. That's what we mentioned before. Right here, we said that in this example, we said the wash. Those are my dogs. I guess you can hear them. Sorry. Okay. So the wash, the right after immediately followed by a consonant sound, like were in this case, we say the wash. But if the is immediately followed by a vowel sound, we say the opening scenes. But then the wash. And in the last example, we said the person, the road. There are two examples there. The road, the person. Is that clear? Is that clear to you guys? Do let me know in the comments below. Perfect. Great. So the person wore a green parka. Person. Let's watch this.
And had their thumbs and wore at the side of the road. The person wore a green parka.
The person wore a green parka. So in this line, it's interesting to notice how Luke doesn't pronounce the letter R. So he doesn't pronounce it in person. He doesn't say person, as in American English. He says person, the person, wore. He doesn't say wore, as in American English or other accents. He says wore, the person wore a green parka. Yeah, and this E letter is silent there. So we don't pronounce it. It's wore a green parka. A green parka, green with a long E sound. A green parka. Parka, in Parker, again, the letter R is not pronounced because right after it comes a consonant sound. And as I mentioned before, this is a rule in English, in this accent actually. If the letter R is immediately followed by a consonant sound or silence or a pause, you don't pronounce the R sound. Perfect. Great.
And had their thumb jerked out.
And had their thumb. And had their thumb. And had their there. That's the way you pronounce this word in this accent. There. And had. Be careful with the pronunciation of had there. You don't have to say had, but had. Without friction in the throat, you say had, and had their thumb, their the. This is the same consonant sound in the word the, for example. This is this sound, and you can find it in words like the or there. But not in the word thumb. Thumb. The initial sound there is different. That's thumb. You'll notice that there's no vibration in the vocal folds when you produce the initial sound in thumb. Put your fingers here and you'll notice that. Thumb. But when you say the, as in the or there is vibration in the vocal folds. You should notice that. You should feel it in your fingers. So the, there, the. So this is an important distinction to be aware of in English. Let's continue.
Their thumb jerked out. Dean Parker and
jerked out.
Had their thumb jerked out.
In the word thumb, the B silent. You don't pronounce it. No, there's no need. Thumb. You only pronounce the M sound at the end. Thumb. And the vowel sound is the same as in, for example, but. When you say but like this, so this is thumb, and had their thumb jerked out. This is a verb ending in ed. Sorry, a verb ending in ed. This one, right? And you might be wondering how we pronounce this ending, this ed ending. Let's watch Luke once again. Pay attention to that.
Green Parker and had their thumb jerked out.
Jerked out. So in this case, in the word jerked, the verb in the infinitive, that is to say, not conjugated, as it's found in dictionaries. This is it. jerk, jerk. But in the simple past, it's a regular verb. But we don't say jerkied. We say jerked. So the ending is pronounced as t. Jerked. Jerked. You might be wondering, when do we pronounce when the ed ending is pronounced like this in English? And I can help you with that. So if a verb, an infinitive verb, ends in a voiceless sound, that is to say, and you might be wondering, oh, wait a minute, Alex, I don't know what voiceless means. Voiceless, sorry about this, voiceless Oh, I forgot to do something, guys. Just, yeah, the sound of the rain. Perfect. Great. Now, so voiceless sounds, guys. What do I mean by that? So a voiceless sound. Let me see if you can see this on screen. Okay, you can't see that on screen. Great. So jerked. A voiceless consonant is a consonant in which there's no vibration in the vocal folds. I talked to you about this before, didn't I? Words and sounds like, for example, k, k. If you put your fingers here, you won't notice. You shouldn't feel vibration in your throat. You say s, as in thumb. That's a voiceless consonant, a voiceless sound. And voice refers to these vibration in the vocal folds or vocal cords. And it's voiceless. Less means that it doesn't have that something doesn't have that, you know. So voiceless, it doesn't have voice. There's no vibration in the sound produced in the vocal folds when you produce the sound. And why is this? Why do you have to know this? Well, it's essential to know the rule of when to pronounce an ed ending in a regular simple past verb. You know, if a word ends in a voiceless sound that is not t, you know, that is not t, that sound, you pronounce the ed ending as t. Does that make sense? Does that make any sense to you? Let me explain it again. So if you've got a verb like, for example, spot, In the simple past, you double the final T and you get spotted. Spotted. So the verb in the infinitive ends in t. Okay? T is a voiceless sound, right? But the rule in English, in pronunciation here, is that if a verb ends in t, the ed ending is pronounced as id. Spotted. Spotted. And the other rule for the pronunciation of the ed ending in the simple past is that if a verb ends in any voiceless sound except t, you pronounce that ed as t. So you say, for example, jerked, jerked. And let me give you other examples, like the word like, the verb like. There's a good example. Like, in the simple past, this is a regular verb, so we need to add d to it at the end. We pronounce these as liked. Liked. Why? Because the k sound in English is voiceless. You say k, k, no vibration in the vocal folds. So liked, liked. Let me give you another example. Let me see if I can find another example in the story. I don't see any. Want. Well, this is in the infinitive, but if we had to analyze that one, want, we'll say, do you say want in the simple past or wanted? Wanted, don't you? Because it ends in T, in the T letter and in the T sound. So we say wanted. The ed is pronounced like this. Wanted, because of this sound, because of this letter and sound. Wanted, wanted. Perfect. Wanted. But now we're looking for a verb ending in another voiceless consonant that is not t. Well, we've got let me see. I don't see any. No verbs ending in voiceless consonants here. We've got put, you get, and let me do the following with this. There we go. Perfect. Alright, let me give you my examples. If there are no examples here, I'm going to give you my examples. So, other verbs. Oh, can you think of other examples, other verbs ending in voiceless consonants that are not t? Like is one. Like. Strike is another one. Strike. Strike. This one, the E is silent at the end, right? Strike. How do you pronounce the ED at the end of this word? So striked, right, striked. Remember that, because if a verb ends in a voiceless consonant that is not t, the ed ending is pronounced as t. Great, very good. I hope that's clear for you. Is it? If it isn't, do let me know in the comments. In the comments below, drop a comment and I will answer your questions, of course. So, and don't forget guys, if you're enjoying this live session, do like and subscribe if you haven't already. If you haven't subscribed and if you haven't given me or given this live session a like or a thumbs up, do so. You're really supporting my channels actually, because I'm now live on YouTube and TikTok. Great, let's go back to the story. This mystery story. Can you hear the rain falling? Oh, just done. Okay, there we go. Let's continue.
Why on earth or agree at the side? Through the wash of the rain he spotted a figure at the side of the road. The person wore a green parka. The
person wore a green parka. The person wore a green parka. Just heard some kind of noise, some kind of sound. Don't know what it was. Never mind. So, the person wore a green parka.
Person wore a green parka and had their thumb jerked out.
And had their thumb jerked out. Another thing to mention here is that there's an instance of catenation between jerked and out, which means, this is something I mentioned before, but just in case you've just joined this live session or that you haven't watched my previous live sessions on YouTube, which, by the way, are right there waiting for you if you want to have a look at them. I've shadowed Luke Thompson before in other episodes. For example, there's an episode I recorded on Parsons Pleasure, which is a story written by Roald Dahl and narrated by Luke Thompson on his channel, on his YouTube channel. So I did the same I'm doing right now with that episode. So you should check it out if you want to. And there are other episodes as well. So, going back to jerked out. Jerked out, in jerked out, there's an instance of catenation. Let me write it down for you, just in case you don't know what I'm talking about, or you don't know how to spell it. Catenation. Anyway, this is a kind of fancy term to refer to the linking of a final consonant to the initial vowel sound in the next word. So, This means that you get here jerked out. The word jerked ends in t, the t consonant here, doesn't it? As we said before. But just in case you've just joined this session, jerked ends in t. And guys, just so you know, I'm gonna you'll be able to watch this video on YouTube after the session comes to an end. You'll be able to watch it there, and I will include timestamps for you to be able to navigate the episode as you prefer. Okay, there we go. So jerked out. Shall we watch Luke Thompson pronounce it?
Their thumb jerked out.
Jerked out. Great.
Why on earth would anyone be hitchhiking tonight?
Well, this is a question, a very interesting question.
Their thumb jerked out.
Guys, don't forget to like and subscribe and leave your comments below. I'd really appreciate your support to the channel. You'll be really supporting the channel with your likes and subscriptions, of course. So, he says,
Why on earth?
Why on earth? Why on earth? Why on earth? Why on? First, he connects. Let me see, this is too thick. No, that's better, I believe. Yeah, there we go. With a y sound, Luke connects the word y to the word on. Why on? Why on? Why on earth? Why on earth? Why on earth would anyone
Would anyone be hitchhiking tonight? Surely you would just stay put until the morning.
And here comes something very interesting. Sorry about this. I've got to skip all this to get to the part we're paying attention to. Did you notice that? Why on earth? Why on earth? That's the way he pronounces this, because he's making emphasis on the word. Why on earth? Why on earth?
Would any...
And there again. Why on earth would anyone would anyone
You won't be... would... One earth would anyone...
You notice there's something going on in Luke's throat when he says, why on earth would anyone this has a name actually, and one way to call this is, some books call it glottal reinforcements. Reinforcements, which is a fancy name to refer to beginning a word with a glottal stop because of emphasis. What are you talking about, Alex? Are you saying that? I hope not. But if you are, you're totally right. I mean, why would you know this? Reinforcement, glottal reinforcement, which means beginning a sound, beginning a word with a glottal stop, with this this glottal sound. Like, why on earth with anyone, and this glottal stop usually happens at the end of words in British English, in Luke's accents, in, for example, gets, he usually pronounces it like this, get, you've got to get. So in that case, rather than glottal reinforcement, you get glottal replacement, which means that the glottal stop replaces the T sound, because the word is get, right? Gets. So this is replaced by a glottal stop, and this is a symbol for the glottal stop. Get. And there is one example in this story that I'm gonna mention in a minute, I think. So let's go back to the story. And of course, if you do have any questions, guys, you can drop them in the comments below. That'll be perfect. And don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. So, why on earth
would anyone?
And I have to say that this is quite advanced, you know, knowing glottal reinforcement. And to be honest with you, I learned this not long ago, glottal reinforcements, which has other name. Professor Jeffrey Lindsay on YouTube, he's on YouTube, but apart from that, he's a professor of phonetics and phonology. He teaches. He's a British professor. He refers to this phenomenon as heart attack. Again, another term you need to understand to only that what you need to understand about this is that you begin a word because of emphasis. You begin it with a glottal stop. Like, for example, I was watching a video some time ago actually, and this British guy said, I've taught English at all levels of instruction, at all levels of instruction, and in that case, you get glottal reinforcement because at the beginning, he begins with the glottal stop, and then at the end, you got glottal replacement because instead of saying at. He says at all levels of instruction. All again. So this is something that happens with native speakers. Anyway, I don't want to get carried away by this. So, glottal reinforcements.
Be hitchhiking, be hit with anyone.
See if
Earth.
why on earth?
Anyone. Earth.
And one clue to notice that there's glottal reinforcement there is that he doesn't say, why on earth? Why on earth? Why on earth? On earth. There is a pause there. If he hadn't produced this glottal stop, glottal reinforcement at the beginning of earth, he would have said, why on earth? Why on earth? In that case, you've got catenation there. Why on earth? On earth. On earth. Why on earth? Why on earth? Why on earth? Because you get on earth. You link the final sound in the word on with the first sound, the initial sound in the word on. You get why on... sorry, the final sound in the word on, that one, the n, why on with the initial sound in the word earth. Why on earth? On earth. Why on earth? But he says, why on earth? Why on earth?
One earth.
Did you notice that? Did you notice it? So, why on earth?
Anyone be earth with anyone tonight. I want be earth with anyone.
Again, another clue to notice that glottal reinforcement there is that he doesn't say would anyone, would anyone. Would anyone would be an example of catenation, like saying this, would anyone, linking the final sound in the word would anyone, would anyone, would anyone. So why would anyone? Why would anyone? So pronouncing this would anyone. Connecting, right? Why would anyone? Why would anyone do that? Why would anyone do that? That's catenation, linking final consonants with initial vowel sounds. Would anyone? But he doesn't say that, does he? He makes a pause, and the pause can be felt to be produced in his throat.
Anyone be with anyone be earth with anyone.
Yeah, and he's emphasizing both words. Why on earth? Why on earth? This word is usually emphasized. Why on earth are you doing that? Why on earth? Is it, I don't know, is it so expensive? Okay. any questions, guys, on TikTok or YouTube or YouTube. Perfect. So let's continue.
Here we go. The Escaped Man by C.T. Platt.
Once again, does he? Or has he?
Their thumb jerked out. Why on earth would anyone be hitchhiking tonight?
So, why on earth would anyone be hitchhiking tonight? Let me say hi to you on TikTok. Thank you for joining me. Don't forget to like and subscribe to my channel on TikTok and YouTube. And if you follow me on TikTok, you can follow me on YouTube, please. That'll really help me a lot with my content creation projects. And if you've got any doubts, don't hesitate to ask those questions to me, of course. And I want to say thank you for joining me today. And later on, just so you know, I'm gonna publish this video on YouTube, including timestamps, so that you can navigate the episode as you prefer, as you see fit. And to see fit means as you prefer. Perfect. So let's go on with the story.
Surely you would just stay put until the morning.
Surely you would just stay put until the morning. Surely you would just stay put. What can we say about this? Before this, we should say that in hitchhiking, you stress the syllable hitch. Hitchhiking. Why would anyone be... Why on earth would anyone be hitchhiking tonight? Surely with this O sound found in Luke's accents. Surely. This is a long O sound. Surely you would. Don't forget that in the word would, the L is silent. Would. Surely you would just. This is where the would is pronounced with a short U sound. Would. Surely you would just stay put until the morning. Shall we watch that again? Because there's something I want you to something else I want you to focus on.
Surely you would just stay put until...
This is interesting. Surely you would just stay put. You would just stay. And why is it interesting? Because when he says you would just say this word just, that's the word just, isn't it? And usually when followed by nothing after it or by a vowel sound, just in the corner. It's just in the corner, just in the corner. That's catenation once again. Or silence. Just. You say just. But in this case, it's followed by the word stay. Just stay. Just stay. So what happens here is that you've got how many consonant sounds? You've got 1, 2, 3 in a row, all together, right next to one another. All next to one another. So just stay. Just stay. He says just stay. He doesn't say just stay, does he? Watch him again.
Tonight, surely you would just stay.
You would just stay. You would just stay. In fact, what he does, by not pronouncing the t sound in the middle of these words, in between these two words, is to produce only one sound, one s sound, a long s sound. So he says, just stay, just stay, just stay. Surely you would just stay put. You would just stay, and that's the way we link these two words. We make them sound as if they were only one word. Surely you would just stay put until the morning. This is something that native speakers do a lot. Why? Because it's far easier to pronounce than saying just stay, just stay. It's like in connected speech, it doesn't make sense to say, surely we just stay, just stay, just stay. And when can you do this? When you've got 3 consonant sounds together and they are right after a word begins, you got one word beginning in a consonant sound, right? Usually the letter T or the sound T. Let's talk about the letter. Usually the letter T, and before that there's another consonant sound. In this case, that's the S letter, and right after that you've got another consonant. Okay, so usually when this is the case, the middle gets dropped. You don't pronounce it. You say, just stay, just stay. And this is called in English, technically, as simplification. Simplification. And when you get many consonant sounds together, that's called a consonant cluster. Consonant cluster. Like this. Consonant cluster. Which means that there are 2 or 3 consonants together, right next to one another. Let's go back to the story now. Just let me have a look at the chats. Guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. You'll be really supporting the channel, and if you haven't subscribed, please do so. If you're enjoying this content, of course. Introduce yourselves if you want to. If you leave a comment in the comment section, that'll be great. That'll be really helping me, helping my channels, because right now I'm on TikTok and YouTube at the same time. And don't forget, after this live session comes to an end, you'll be able to find this episode on my YouTube channel. And there I'll include timestamps so that you can navigate the episode as you prefer. Okay, let's go back to the story, this mystery story, read by Luke Thompson.
Until the morning. Surely on earth would anyone be hitchhiking tonight? Surely you would just stay put until the morning.
Surely you would just stay put until the morning. Can you repeat after me? Surely you would just stay put. You would just stay put until the morning. We've just said that we don't say, he doesn't say, just stay, but just stay. And we call that simplification. Dropping the middle consonant, the T here. Surely you would just stay put until the morning. Put until the morning. Can you repeat that after me? Surely you would just stay put. Your turn. Until the morning. Your turn. Until the morning. Until the morning. And remember, in Luke Thompson's accent, in Southern Standard British English, this letter, R, the sound R, is not pronounced right before consonant sounds. That's why morning is not pronounced. But this is not the case in other accents like American English. Morning, morning, you will say there. But here you say morning, morning. Let's continue with the story.
They must have been in a rush to get where they were going.
And I think that this is one of the most, or the most interesting utterance. An utterance refers to a chunk of spoken English. Utterance. Yeah, it comes from utter. Let me play you the pronunciation. Yeah, so you say
utterance,
utterance, utterance, and utterance. It means a chunk of spoken English, okay, as opposed to a sentence, which usually refers to something written, a piece of written English, or usually seen as an object of study in terms of grammar. So utterance, this utterance is one of the most interesting in the story. Let's watch it again.
They must have been in a rush to get where they were going.
So, this, if this weren't connected speech, you would read this like this. They must have been in a rush to get where they were going. But that is not what Luke Thompson does it? He does something completely different.
They must have been in a rush to get where they were going.
So this is the must have been, the must have been, the must have been in a rush to get where they were going. The must have been. So this one, this is not they here. They becomes the must have been. Shall we listen to that once again? Let's see if we can slow it down a bit more. There we are.
Morning. They must have been in a rush.
There must have been. There must have been.
Rush to get where they were going. They must have been in a rush to get where. They must have been in a.
There must have been. There must have been. There must have been. Yeah.
He signalled down and pulled. He signalled down. There would. There must have been till the morning. There must.
There must have been. Yeah, with an F. There must have been. So there must have been. There must have been. There must have been. He doesn't say they. They. There's no time for that. There must have been. There muster. He doesn't say have. This one is not have here. It's a schwa actually. It ends up being a schwa. And there's an instance of catenation. Muster. It doesn't sound like English, does it? Muster. There must have been. Let me try this again. Muster. There must have been. This is usually the case in connected speech. The H here is dropped, gets dropped, and this auxiliary verb when not stressed, is usually pronounced as or have. But in this case, he says must have been. Shall we listen to that again? Shall we watch it again?
Until the morning. There must have been in.
Must have been. There must have been. Must have been. So he doesn't pronounce the have. He doesn't say have or of, but must have been. There must have been. There must have been. So we drop this, we drop the E, we drop the V or the, we drop the H or H sound, and we drop this one too, and we get there must have been. There must have been. There must have been in a rush.
Rush to get where they were going. In a rush to get where.
Does he say to get or something else? What do you think? To get where they were going. Actually, he says to get where they were going. To get where they were going. And as we discussed before, there's glottal stop there. To get where they were going. Which is usually the case with Luke Thompson when he pronounces the word gets. Usually he produces a glottal stop at the end. To get where they were going. To get where they were going. Let's watch that again.
They were going. He signaled down where they were going. Must have been in a rush to get where they were going.
To get where they were going. So, yep, there's a glottal stop there. This is produced. This is a symbol to represent the glottal stop. It seems to be a question mark, but actually it's a glottal stop to get where they were going. And here we've got an interesting phenomenon, because if we pronounce these words in isolation, we say they were, where they were going, But in connected speech, this changes to
a rush to get where they were going.
where they were going. So what we hear is him saying where they were going. Where ends up being where there. Rather than they, he says there. Where there were go, where there were. And this one, rather than were, is were, with a schwa. So where they were going. To get where they were going. Whether. And it seems that this sounds just like the word weather. Whether we're going. To get whether we're going. Try that. To get whether we're going. They must have been in a rush to get where they were going. To get where they were going. That's a great rhythm he gets here. To get where they were going. To get where they were going. They must have been in a rush to get where they were going. And let's do the following. Let's repeat after Luke, and then we can shadow him. Okay? And just in case you don't know what shadowing or shadow means, it refers to saying something at the same time as another person. So it's a way of repeating, but at the same time.
Morning. They must have been in a rush.
They must have been in a rush. You repeat after me. They must have been in a rush. They must have been in a rush. You. And now the challenge is, let's shadow Luke. Let's see if we can repeat with him at the same time.
They must have been in a rush to get where they were.
So he slows down when he gets so in a rush.
They must have been in a rush to get where they were going.
Now let's continue with the second part of this sentence.
To been in a rush to get where they were going.
To get where they were going. To get where they were going. Repeat after me. To get where they were going. To get where they were going. Where they were going. To get where they were going. You say it. To get where they were going. And guys, don't forget to like and subscribe to my channels, my YouTube channel, my TikTok channel, to support this, well, my project Alex's Adventures in English, these projects. And if you want more content like this, yeah, you can be sure that I'm going to continue doing this. But of course, if you support my channels, that'll be much better for me. You're really helping me. Okay, so let's go back to, I was just checking out the chats on YouTube and TikTok. Hello guys, hello and welcome to Alex's Adventures in English. I hope you're enjoying this breakdown, this pronunciation breakdown of the escaped man. And just so you know, part 1 is you can find that on my YouTube channel, because I recorded it live some time ago, some weeks ago, I think. So if you go there, you'll find it, and you can watch it whenever you want, and then you can come back to this episode, which you'll find on YouTube too, later on after it comes to an end, and whenever I can, whenever YouTube lets me, I will add to it timestamps so that you can navigate the episode as you prefer. Okay? So now's the time to shadow the second part in the sentence. They must have been in a rush to get where they were going. To get where they were going.
Been in a rush to get where they were going.
Where they were going. Let's shadow all the sentence.
Morning. They must have been in a rush to get where they were going.
To get where they were going. Now, let's increase the difficulty. That was too slow. Okay.
They must have been in a rush to get where they were going.
Let's repeat first.
They must have been in a rush to get where they were going.
They must have been in a rush to get where they were going. Now let's try and shadow Luke.
They must have been in a rush to get where they were going.
That's at 65% of speed. Now let's increase that a bit more. 75.
Glad to be out of the rain.
So, you might be wondering why I'm doing this. Why did I start? Well, why I started at slower speed. The thing is that first you need to notice certain aspects of Luke's speech. Ideally, you should notice what he does when he pronounces words, what native speakers do when they pronounce words, especially in connected speech. And after that, now we are increasing the speed, and we can, we are more capable of being able to shadow or repeating what they say. Yeah, we're more capable of repeating or shadowing what they say. That's what I wanted to say.
Surely you would just stay put until the morning. They must have been in a rush to get where they were going. They must have been in a rush to get where they were going. Morning.
Okay.
They must have been in a rush to get where they were going.
They must have been in a rush to get where they were going. Let's see if we can shadow that.
They must have been in a would just stay put until the morning. They must have been in a rush to get where they were going.
Okay. Any questions so far, guys? Do let me know in the comments. drop your comments below. And thank you very much for supporting this live session, this pronunciation breakdown, live pronunciation breakdown of The Escaped Man by C.T. Platt, written by C.T. Platt and read by Luke Thompson on his channel Luke's English Podcasts. And remember, just so you know, this is part 2 of my pronunciation breakdown. Part 1 is already sorry. Part 1 is already on my YouTube channel. I recorded it live some days ago, so you'll find it there. So if you're on TikTok, you can go to my YouTube channel, subscribe and watch this live session. And guys, don't forget to subscribe on YouTube and TikTok. And if you're on TikTok, go to YouTube and subscribe. And if you're on YouTube, you can go to my TikTok and subscribe. Of course, if you want to. You don't have to. Let's continue.
He signalled down.
Now at 65% of speed.
Why on earth would anyone be hitchhiking tonight? Surely you would just stay put until the morning. They must have been in a rush to get where they were going.
Now, let's continue with the next line.
He signalled down and pulled over. He signalled down and pulled over.
He signalled down and pulled over. He signalled down. He signalled down and pulled over. Can you repeat after me? He signalled down and pulled over. Or you can repeat after Luke.
He signalled down and pulled over.
And pulled over. He signalled down and pulled over. Yeah, so at this point, there is another rule I like to explain to you, which is related to the pronunciation of ed, the ed ending in regular verbs in the simple past. Just dropped my pen. There we go. So, what I was telling you was that look at these verbs, signalled and pulled. Both are in the simple pasts. Both are regular verbs in the simple pasts. But how do we pronounce the ed ending? Do we say id? Do we say d? Do we say t? What does Luke say? What does he do?
He signalled down and pulled over.
Signal down, signal down. You may not notice it there. You may not notice the d sound there because the next word begins with the same sound. So he's not producing two d sounds. So two d's. He's only saying signal down, signal down. But the thing is that in the word signal, in the simple past, you pronounce the ending, the ed ending as d, like this. Signaled, signaled. And in pull,
the hitchhiker down and pulled over.
and pulled over, and pulled over. Again, the ending is pronounced as d, 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 d. So, there's another example of this kind of pronunciation right in the next line. So we should watch that first.
The hitchhiker climbed in.
Climbed in. In that case, you can hear the d sound, because what he does, what can be seen here is an instance of catenation, which, by the way, guys, in case you don't know, because you've just joined the session, catenation is the linking of a final consonant to the initial vowel sound in the next word. So, for example, pulled over, or climbed in, climbed in. Luke actually does that here.
And pulled over.
Pulled over, pulled over, pulled over. He connects. The final consonant, the, with the initial vowel sound in the next word. And the same, it does the same with climbed in, climbed in. Let's watch it again.
He signalled down and pulled over. The hitchhiker climbed in.
Climbed in, climbed in. And just so you know, there's another thing, there's another important thing to bear in mind here, which is that in climb, the B is silent. The consonant B, 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 or the letter B is silent. You don't pronounce it. It's climb. You climb. Climb a mountain. Let's listen to the dictionary. A dictionary, actually.
Climb.
Climb. Climb. Climb. So this is an instance of this is an example of a word with a silent letter. Climb. Climb. Just like the word comb, for example. You know what you use for your hair, if you've got hair. I mean, when you do have hair, you use a comb to comb it. So comb, comb, in comb, the B silent too. Comb, comb. And this one is climb, climb. But as the story is narrated in the simple past tense, he says climbed, climbed, climbed in, climbed in. And as the next word begins with a vowel sound, he connects the two words, joining the final consonant, the d in climbed, climbed, climbs in, climbs in. Let's watch that again.
Pulled over. The hitchhiker climbed in.
Climbed in, climbed in. So that's catenation. Catenation climbs in. It seems both these two words seem to be one word. Climbed in, climbed in. The hitchhiker climbed in, climbed in. Okay, now we're gonna watch these two lines again, and we'll repeat after Luke.
He signalled down and pulled over.
He signalled down. He signalled down. He signalled down and pulled over. He signalled down and pulled over. Now let's try and shadow Luke. Remember that shadow means to repeat right at the same time as another speaker is saying something. So you repeat at the same time.
He signalled down and pulled over.
Let's try it again.
He signalled down. He signalled down and pulled over. The hitchhiker climbed.
Okay, now let's move on to the hitchhiker. That line.
Signalled down and pulled over.
We'll watch or listen and repeat. First,
the hitchhiker climbed in.
The hitchhiker climbed in. The hitchhiker climbed in. Repeat after me. The hitchhiker climbed in. How are you finding it, guys? Is it difficult for you? Is it too difficult? Practice makes perfect. Don't forget. Practice makes perfect. The more you practice, the better you'll get at it. The better you'll become. So this is the hitchhiker climbed in, climbed in, climbed in. Now let's watch him again and repeat right after him.
He pulled his quickly. The hitchhiker signalled down and pulled over. The hitchhiker climbed in.
The hitchhiker climbed in. Now let's shadow Luke. Welcome to my channel, guys. Welcome to Alex's Adventures in English, and welcome to this live session. This live pronunciation breakdown of the second part of The Escaped Man, written by C.T. Platt and read by Luke Thompson. from Luke's English podcasts. By the way, guys, don't forget, you'll be able to find part 1 of this pronunciation breakdown I'm doing today. I did the same for part 1, for the first 5 lines in the story. So the first 5 lines I did the same on that episode, in the previous episode to this one, and you'll find that on YouTube. So you can go and check it out if you want to, of course, and don't forget to subscribe. Great. So this is the hitchhiker climbed in. Let's see if we can shadow that.
He shut the door. He signalled down and pulled over. The hitchhiker climbed in.
Let's do it again.
Over. The hitchhiker climbed in. He shut.
Perfect. So the hitchhiker climbed in. Now let's move on to the next line. I'm quite uncomfortable in this chair. Right. So
Shut the door quickly.
he shut the door quickly. He shut the door quickly. Let's watch that again.
Climbed in. He shut the door quickly.
He shut the door quickly. Does he say shuts or shut? He shut the door. He shut the door quickly. There's a glottal stop at the end of shut. He shut the door quickly. He shut the door quickly. Repeat after me. He shut the door quickly. Your turn. He shut the door quickly. If you like these guys, don't forget to like and subscribe to my channels on YouTube and TikTok. I'd really appreciate it. Great. So he shut the door quickly. Repeat after me. He shut the door quickly. He shut the door quickly. Yeah. He shut the door quickly. He shut the door quickly. He shut the door quickly. 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 Well done, guys. You're doing a great job today. You're doing an excellent job, guys. So, yes. He shut the door quickly. Perfect. Let's continue. Now we'll try to shadow Luke. Let's give it a go.
Glad to be out of over. The hitchhiker climbed in. He shut the door quickly. Glad
Again.
climbed in. He shut the door quickly. Glad.
The door. The door. The with a schwa, remember, because you get. So this T is replaced by a glottal stop, like this. That's a symbol to represent or that represents the sound of the glottal stop. He shut the door. And this one is pronounced with a schwa, because right after it comes a word beginning with a consonant sound. The consonant sound D. Or the consonant sound D, actually. So you say the door. He shut the door quickly. The door. And you don't pronounce the letter R at the end of door. That's a silent letter in Luke Thompson's accent, Southern Standard British English. You don't say door, the door. That's in American English and other accents as well. They say door, the door. But this is the door with a long O sound. Let's continue, guys. Any doubts so far? If you do have any, drop them in the comment section below. And don't forget to subscribe, to like and subscribe. Guys, we are live on YouTube and TikTok at the moment. Excellent. You're really supporting my channel with a thumbs up, right? With a like.
Climbed in. He shut the door quickly, glad to be out of the rain.
Glad to be out of the rain. Glad to be out of the rain. Let's listen to that. Let's watch that once again.
He shut the door quickly, glad to be out of the rain.
Glad to be out of the rain. Glad to be out of the rain. So glad to be out of the rain. Can you repeat that? Glad to be out of the rain. Glad to be out of the rain.
Over. The hitchhiker climbed in. He shut the door quickly, glad to be out of the rain.
Glad to be out of the rain. Glad to be out of the rain. So glad to be out, glad to be out. We can here connect glad to be out with a ya sound. You can say be out, glad to be out, glad to be. You pronounce these two like this, t, because right after it comes a consonant sound. Glad to be out of the rain. Out of. That's an instance of catenation there, because he links the final consonants in out to the initial vowel sound in of, out of the rain, and this word is pronounced with a schwa sound too. So you get glad to be out of the rain. see if we can shadow Luke. Shall we?
The door quickly, glad to be out of the rain.
Glad to be out of the rain. That's repeating after him. Rather, let's try and shadow, which means repeating right at the same time.
He shut the door quickly, glad to be out of the rain. He pulled the door. The hitchhiker climbed in. He shut the door quickly, glad to be out of the rain. He pulled his hood. The hitchhiker climbed down and pulled over. The hitchhiker climbed in. He signalled down and pulled over.
Okay, let's do it again.
He signalled down and pulled over. The hitchhiker climbed in. He shut the door quickly, glad to be out of the rain. He pulled his hood.
Okay. There was... I did a bit of shadowing of the 3 lines. These 3 lines. But I think that if you're not very used to doing this, let's try and do this line by line. Okay? And do let me know in the comments if you're enjoying this, or if you've been able to nail these pronunciations, these repeating, the repetition of what Luke says and the shadowing. Let me know if you've been able to nail that. To nail means to be successful in doing something. But to nail something is an informal expression, is an informal verb. To nail, you nail it. When you say you nail it, for example, you nailed it. Which means that you've succeeded in doing it, in doing something. You managed to do it successfully.
Surely you would just stay put until the morning. They must have been in a rush to get where they were going. He signalled down and pulled over.
He signalled down and pulled over. Now let's try and shadow that.
He signalled down and pulled over. The hitchhiker climbed down and pulled over.
Now, let's repeat after Luke.
He signalled down and pulled over. The hitchhiker climbed in. He shut the door.
Now, let's shadow him.
He signalled down and pulled over. The hitchhiker climbed in. He shut the door quickly.
He shut the door quickly. You repeat after me. He shut the door quickly. Good. Very good. Loud and clear. Excellent. Well done. Now, let's shadow it. Let's shadow Luke, rather.
Glad to be out of the rain. He shut the door quickly, glad climbed down and pulled over. The hitchhiker climbed in. He shut the door quickly, glad to be out of the rain. He shut the door quickly.
Now, listen and repeat.
Glad to be out of the rain. He shut the door quickly. Hitchhiker climbed in. He shut the door quickly.
He shut the door quickly.
Hitchhiker climbed in. He shut the door quickly.
Yes. He shut the door quickly.
Glad to be out. He shut the door quickly. Glad to be out of the rain.
Glad to be out of the rain. This is the line we broke down before. Glad to be out of the rain.
Shut the door quickly. Glad to be out of the rain. He pulled.
Remember, you do that too. If you come back to this episode later on, don't forget to do that to improve your English. You need to repeat first, listen first, watch, listen, repeat after Luke, or you can repeat after me, of course, and then later on you shadow Luke, which means repeating what he says at the same time he says it.
His hood.
And thank you very much, guys, for your support, for watching this session on YouTube and TikTok. Don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. Don't forget. You'll be supporting my channel quite a lot. Yes, absolutely.
And sighed.
And sighed. And sighed. Now the question is, how do we pronounce, or how is sighed pronounced, this word? Especially given that it's in the simple past. The infinitive verb is sigh. 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 And this is something I was mentioning to you before. With signaled and pulled over. Why is it that we pronounce the ed ending as d and not as t or ed? What I was about to tell you was that when a verb ends in a voiced consonant or a voiced sound, to be more precise, in a voiced sound, and you may be wondering what on earth do I mean by this? Voiced sound? What is that, Alex? Well, actually, a voiced sound is a sound that when you produce it, there's vibration in the vocal folds, in your vocal folds or chords. There's vibration. So, for example, signal. The word signal ends in l, which is a voiced consonant because it produces vibration, or we produce vibration in the vocal folds to produce that sound. And the thing is that the rule is that when a verb ends in a voiced consonant that is not the, as in, for example, need ends in the, in the consonant D, the letter D, but the sound is called the. We refer to the sound as the. Okay? So in this case, what we said before in this live session is that when a verb in the infinitive ends in the sound, or t or the, the way we pronounce the ed ending is this one. Ed, needed, spotted. Can you see that on screen? I think so. Yes. Good. I was just double checking that. Great. So, just let me go to the great. Needed, spotted. Double T, spotted. So this is spotted. Okay, spotted, needed. But when the verb ends in a voiced sound that is not the, like signal, or pool again ends in, you get the L consonant there, L, which is voiced. If you put your fingers here, you'll notice vibration. L, 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 L. So this is a voiced sound. And when a verb ends in a voiced sound, if it's regular in the simple past, you add ed or only d, and you pronounce that ed as the. So, for example, signaled, pulled over. That's why Luke says pulled over. And then there's another verb ending in a voiced sound, which is climb. Climb ends in a m consonant, in the m, which is, by the way, voiced. This one produces vibration everywhere, in your face, in the throat. So the ed is pronounced as d. Combed. Sorry, climbed. And that's why Luke says, the hitchhiker climbed in. The hitchhiker climbed in. Because climbed in. And don't forget that there's an instance of catenation there. The final consonant in the word climbed, d, which is d in this case, because it's the simple past. Climbed in, climbed in, climbed in. And this rule, of course, of pronunciation applies to pull, because it ends with the consonant sound l, l. He pulled, pulled. Okay, let's listen to that line. He pulled.
He pulled his hood back and sighed.
He pulled his hood back. He pulled his hood back and sighed. Hello guys, welcome to this live session. Don't forget to like and subscribe to my channel on YouTube and on TikTok. And you can also find me on Instagram and Facebook. So don't forget to check out my socials. And yeah, don't forget about it. And also do give me a thumbs up, please. If you can, give me a thumbs up. I'd really appreciate it. It will really help me with my channel on YouTube and TikTok. Actually, 2 channels, one on TikTok and another on YouTube. Okay, let's continue.
He was somewhere in his mid-20s.
He was somewhere in his mid-20s. He was somewhere in his mid-20s. What's going on here? We can sort it out quickly. He was somewhere. He was somewhere in. Let's watch that again.
He was somewhere in his.
Somewhere in. This is an instance of linking right. Because, as I told you before, in Luke's accent, in standard Southern British English, you don't usually pronounce this sound, the R sound. You don't usually pronounce it, except the only exception to this rule is when that letter or that sound is immediately followed by a vowel sound. So you say somewhere in, wherein. In somewhere, you don't pronounce the final E, of course. You don't say something like somewhere E, but somewhere. And you wouldn't usually pronounce the R in somewhere in this accent, but this is an exception because right after it comes the vowel sound I in the word in. So he was somewhere in his mid-20s.
Mid-20s and had wild red hair. Thick beards. He was somewhere in his mid-20s and had wild red hair.
Okay. So what if we repeat after Luke? Let's do that. But before we do that, guys, I need to go to the toilet. Nature calls. Just a sec. Be right back. Just a second. So here we go. Alright, be back in a jiffy. Yeah, be back in a jiffy, which means in a short time, in a short period of time. Back, guys. Just give me 1 sec. I need to drink some water. Okay. There we go. Now I feel much better. So, going back to the story. Let's rewind a bit.
He was somewhere.
He was somewhere. There we go. He was somewhere. With a schwa, you pronounce that with a schwa. He was somewhere. He was somewhere. He was somewhere. He was somewhere in his mid-20s.
He was somewhere in his mid-20s.
He was somewhere in his mid-20s. Now, let's see if you can we can shadow him together. Shall we do that? Yeah, let's try and shadow Luke together. Let's do that. So, He says,
and sighed. He was somewhere in his mid-20s and had wild red hair and a thick...
okay, there's something else I'd like to tell you about this. He was somewhere in his mid-20s. We mentioned that there's a linking ra here, connecting somewhere and in. Somewhere in his mid-20s. And let's listen to it again.
He was somewhere in his mid-20s.
In his mid-20s.
Had wild red hair.
And had wild red hair. Hair. He doesn't say hair. Neither he says hair. As you would expect in American English. So hair. He had wild red hair. What's this? Well, why is he saying that? This is something that can be found in Luke's accent, in standard Southern British English, in received pronunciation in RP. This would be typically pronounced as hair, as a diphthong, air, as the diphthong, air. But in this case, you get air. It's like an air sound, a long air sound. So you get and had wild red hair.
And a thickies, and had wild red hair and a thick beard.
Hair. This seems like he's pronouncing two. So the sound air, it seems like double. He's doubling that sound. Air. Hair. Okay, so that will be the last line.
He was somewhere in his mid-20s and had wild red hair and a thick beard.
And a thick beard. And a thick beard. And a thick beard. So, what if we repeat after Luke and then we shadow him?
And sighed. He was somewhere in his mid-20s.
He was somewhere in his mid-20s. Now, let's try and shadow him.
And sighed. He was somewhere in his mid-20s and had wild red hair.
And had wild red hair. Your turn. And had wild.
And a thick beard.
And a thick beard. And a thick beard. You. And a thick beard. You. Very good. Excellent. Now we've got to shadow the second line.
He was somewhere in his mid-20s and had wild red hair and a thick beard.
So that's it, isn't it? So this is the extract. This is an extract from the story. Is actually the very beginning of the story of The Escaped Man by C.T. Platt, read by Luke Thompson. You can find the rest on Luke's English podcasts. You can go to his YouTube channel, his website too, teacherluke.co.uk. And don't forget that I've broken down the pronunciation of these extracts in part 2. This is so an extract in part 2, this one, and in part 1 I broke down the extracts coming right before this one, so the very beginning of the story. So for homework, you should go and check. You should go and check my part 1 of this episode. You can go to my YouTube channel and find it there. You'll find you'll find part 1 of this episode. And also for homework, you should go to Luke's English podcast and you can watch the full episode where he analyzes. First, he gives a brief context of the story, then he reads the story and analyzes vocabulary and grammar. So it's quite complete. He just doesn't deal with pronunciation in detail in that episode. That's why this episode is, I present this episode as a complement to that episode, to Luke Thompson's episode. So guys, what else is there to say? I'd like to hear from you. I'd love to hear from you on TikTok and YouTube. Guys, do you have any comments? Do you have any doubts? If you do have any doubts and you weren't able to watch this live session, you can drop your comments or doubts in the comment section in the replay, okay? Which is something you'll be able to see after this session comes to an end, and you'll get to see that on YouTube, on my YouTube, Alex's Adventures in English. And yeah, just so everything I said about Luke Thompson's episode implies that this episode is not meant to replace Luke's original episode. It's just a companion, right? So it's a tool to help you dive even deeper into your pronunciation training. And so what you can do apart from the homework I've assigned to you is, go back to this episode, to part 1, and repeat the clips, shadow Luke, shadow me, okay? Alright, just before we wrap up this session, let me take a moment to review something that popped up a lot in the story. How to pronounce regular past simple verbs in English, those that end in ed. Okay? Now, if you're wondering why we say walked one way, played another and wanted differently again, it all comes down to the final sound of the verb in its base form. The base form of a verb is the way a verb shows up in a dictionary. Okay? All right. So, there are three ways we pronounce ed endings in English. Ed, t, and d. All right? Three ways. Let me go to YouTube. All right. All right. Great. All right. First rule. The first rule is pronouncing the final ed as ed. Okay? In this case, we've got two syllables because we say, for example, want becomes wanted. So we pronounce ed, the ed ending as ed when the base verb ends in t or d, in the sounds t or d. For example, want, wanted, decide, decided, chat, chatted. The verbs are these ones. I'm going to write them in the chat. Want becomes wanted. We couldn't say wanted. Imagine that. So the English, what they do is adding an extra ed, right? They pronounce that ending as ed. Wanted. All right? Wanted. Something like this. Wanted. All right. Then decide, decided. Chat, chatted. And, all right. So this is the only time ed adds a whole extra syllable to a word. Rule number 2. T. When the ed ending in a past simple regular verb is pronounced as t. We say ed, the final ending as t, when the verb ends in a voiceless sound. That is to say, those sounds where there's no vibration in the vocal folds, in the vocal cords. That is to say, if you put your fingers in your throat, you don't feel that buzzing sound. That buzzing sound you hear when you say, for example, zzz, right? And some examples of voiceless consonants are k, as in cats, p, as in Peter, f, as in fever, s, as in sun, sh, as in shower, and ch, as in church. And okay, let me give you some examples with the base verb and the past simple. Watch, watched. Laugh, laughed. Kiss, kissed. Help, helped. Okay, so these are watched, laughed, kissed, helped. All right. Rule number 3. D. When to pronounce the final ed as d, not as t, and not as ed. We use d when we pronounce the final ed as d when the verb ends in a voiced sound. Voiced sounds in English make the vocal cords vibrate. Okay? So, for example, vowel sounds make this, like ah, o, oo, e. Could you feel that? Put your fingers here. And other consonant sounds, like, for example, As in, for example, clean. Clean ends in n, a nasal consonant which produces vibration in the vocal cords. So this is a voiced consonant, and we say, for example, oh, here, hi, Sam, hello. I'm so glad you finished preparing for tomorrow's test. You're welcome to the chat. Thank you for being here again. I was just explaining to you the rules of the pronunciation of the ed, the ed ending in past simple verbs, regular verbs. So, hi there, Sam. Welcome to the chat. I was just going through the third rule of how to pronounce the ed ending, when to pronounce it as d. I want to. Okay, that's good to know. A general tip. This is a general tip I'm giving you. So you want to improve your English in general, but in terms of speaking, in terms of listening, in terms of writing, in terms of reading, which would be your main purpose, Sam. So the rule I was talking about could be a good it's a good starting point for pronunciation, And I was just saying that you pronounce the final ed as z in verbs that end in voiced sounds. And I was just explaining to you that a voiced sound makes the vocal cords vibrate. So if you put your fingers here in your throat, you need to feel, you will feel that there's like a buzzing sound there, like zzz. Thank you. And you get examples like, for example, clean ends in a voiced consonant, So that consonant, that final consonant, n, is followed by, if you conjugate the verb in the simple past, you get cleaned. So in a way, let me write it down in the chat for you. Cleaned. This is not technical, but it's a way that in that way you will pronounce cleaned. And I can give you, so cleaned. That's the way you pronounce this verb. Let me try and see if I can share it with you in the chat. Cleaned. That's more technical. That's technical. A technical transcription. Cleaned with a long e sound. Cleaned. That's because the final sound in the base verb is you're welcome. You're very welcome too. So you get cleaned. You get, for example, another word would be you're welcome. Another example would be snow. Snow. You know the verb snow? If it snows, that's a verb. It's also a noun too, you know. I got a problem with plosive sounds because my native language is Arabic and I find it hard to differentiate between p and b. Alright, that's good to know. That's quite interesting. I see. And for example, can you give him an examples where you find that hard? You find it hard to differentiate p and b? Okay. Okay. All right. I can help you with that. I can help you with that. So, yeah, the thing is that that is totally understandable because Arabic doesn't have the p sound in its native phonemic inventory. So it's a classic L1 interference case. I mean, your L1, your first language interferes with your learning of English. So let me explain these to you. Per, that's a voiceless bilabial plosive. Voiceless because there's no vibration in the vocal cords produced. It's bilabial because it's produced with both lips, and it's plosive because that's the way it's produced like an explosion, right? P. Whereas b, as in boy, for example, that's a voiced bilabial plosive, which means that it produces vibration in the vocal folds. You know, you say boy, boy, b. This is not produced as an explosion. You don't say boy, but you say boy. So they're both made with the lips, bilabial. Both lips. Bi comes from two. Labial from lips. Bilabial. They're both made with the lips. But b uses the voice. P doesn't. Okay? So place two fingers on your throat like this. And now say the words. Bin. You know, when you throw something in the bin, bin. Or in the UK, they say bin it when you throw something in the garbage. You know, bin. And now pin. When you pin something, you know, you pin something. So pin. Let me give you a good example with pin. So a pin is a small thin piece of metal with a point at one end, you know. So, and it's especially used for temporarily holding pieces of cloth together. And as a noun, let me try and find it to you. You pin something. Okay, you pin something down. I think this is a good one. No. Don't worry. Just pin. I'm going to write it down in the chat. And you tell me if you follow me. Okay, I got a problem. The sound p ain't found in Arabic, hence I cannot say park. Okay. That makes sense. Bin, pin. Great. Great. Yeah, bin, pin. Bot, pot, bot, bot, pot. I can't remember. Let me think of another example. Okay, all right. Let me give you more examples. Bin versus pin. We said before. Now, bat, versus pat. Let me write it down for you in the chat. Bat, pat. The bat, for example, the Batman, bat and pat. You can pat the dog. Pat the dog, You pat the dog. You pat the dog. Great, Sam. And let me give you another example. Another minimal pair, which refers to two words that can be distinguished only in terms of one sound. Bad versus pad. Also, bad versus pad. I'm going to write it down for you. And another would be bog versus park. Bark, dogs bark. They bark when they see something that bothers them. They bark at something. And people can bark at the wrong tree. Do you know that expression? Bark at the wrong tree. Let me share it with you. When you bark at the wrong tree, means trying to do something in a way that will not work. So that's to bark at the wrong tree. And to give you an example, his attorney suggested that the investigators might be barking up the wrong tree. Barking up the wrong tree. So you can barking up the wrong tree. And let me go that bark up the wrong tree. I made a mistake there. And the wrong, because in the spelling, the wrong tree. Bark up at the wrong tree. You bark up the wrong tree. In that case, I am not acquainted with such expressions, though I'm guessing. Okay. It's to try to do something in a way that will not work. When you, for example, you study something, let's suppose that you want to study something that you don't really like, and it's like you're doing something that will not work because sooner or later you will stop doing it. It's like you bark up the wrong tree. Right? That's to bark up the wrong tree. And let me give you another example. Okay, look at this example. I'm going to give you a great example here. those who suggest that it is possible to save £1,000, 1,000 million pounds overnight are barking up the wrong tree. So they're wrong, right? It's like you're trying to do something that you're thinking that something is possible, but actually it's not possible. So you're trying to do something that won't work. This is a real example I'm giving you. That makes sense to me. Thanks a bunch. You're very welcome indeed. And going back to why I started speaking about bark, because you can make a distinction between bark and park, right? Bark versus park. Bark versus park. Okay? So these are minimal pairs. There's only one sound that distinguishes them. You say bark, park. Bark, 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 and park, park. Yeah, absolutely. They're definitely wrong if they think they can save 1 million pounds. 1,000 million pounds. Yeah, 1,000 million pounds. That's the number, isn't it? Yeah. So yeah, they're definitely wrong. And all right, so let me give you more help about related to how to distinguish b versus p. I'm gonna give you. You can practice doing this. You can put the two words, in the minimal pair together in one sentence. So you can say, for example, I put the bin next to the wall. Put the bin next to the wall. Put the bin next to the wall. This is okay. I'd rather saying why don't you throw the bin let me give you a better example. A better example would be I found the pin in the bin. I found the pin in the bin. Repeat after me. I found the pin in the bin. Running into someone from the States. Sorry, Mr. Alex, I'm truly afraid of running into someone from the States or the UK, and instead of asking, can I park here, I unintentionally say, can I bark here? Oh, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. And I know what you're saying. Sam, no worries. It won't happen. You will do it great. You will do it great. It's just a matter of practicing. The more you practice, the better you'll get at it, And yes, the more you practice, the better you'll get at it.